What's up, y'all? Happy Saturday, February 7th, 2026. So I recapped it at the end yesterday, but about an hour in, I talked about the broadening out trade, just what's on the financial media and these big thematic philosophies. And my shirt's wrinkly, and I washed it. It's just I didn't iron it, but I don't believe in these broad categories. So in about an hour and 9 minutes in or so, I talk about that. 2 hours and 5 minutes, talk about my Bay Area trip. Last Thursday was Super Bowl weekend, so it doesn't happen every year. And I got to check out an event out there, and I posted about it as well on my Instagram. Talked about the president's, what many saw as a racist post against Barack Obama and Michelle Obama at 2 hours and 23. And then I sprinkle in some millennium and some other thoughts in the middle and then at 7 hours. So I hope everybody's having a good weekend. Today, I'm going to just continue to do administrative stuff. But yeah, I getting a lot of views on the Selenium post. It's a little unusual. Yeah, it's really unusual. Really unusual. But it is what it is. People, I was in a position to videotape it and document it, and last two times I went, I was not in a position to be taking videos, so this time I was, and I had a ton of fun. And I just he changes it up every time. Millennium does a good job, and then Cranked At, his sound was I don't know if it was the guy Audien before him or Cranked At, but even on his F the Speakers Up remix, I think that's Knock 2. The bass wasn't hitting hard. So, and then on his actual original songs, his bass was hitting hard. So, I don't know. I think Crank That probably should check out some of his remixes and just make sure they're hitting on big room speakers as well. But I can see why Illenium has the following he has. His music is so crisp, some of Crank Dat's transitions were a little shaky. And like I said, some of the sound, I don't know what was going on, but at times because I had earplugs on, I'm trying to protect my ears, of course. But there were times I was like, is it because my earplugs are on? I can't hear the bass. And then I looked on my phone, and then I was like, no, the bass is like a lot more muffled or quieter. So I don't know if he forgot to bring in the low frequency sounds on a transition or something. I mean, I forget sometimes, I'll have low and highs off sometimes, and or if it's just muffled because of the actual production. But anyway, all the sounds from Illenium set was just solid. I mean, obviously the production was solid. I mean, it was kind of his event, and especially for his album, you could tell he really puts a lot of thought and effort into his music. So it sounds good. And then he had these these house-like sounds, and it almost sounded like progressive tropical house at times, which I enjoy. Like, that's probably more my music. I love that Calvin Harris is playing. I'm seeing the replays now. I love Calvin Harris. I think, yeah, he might. Yeah, that was the first, I guess, EDM concert I had ever been to in Charlotte. So that was my first one. That was in 2014. What is it? 26 now. So So it's good to see him playing music again. I feel like he kind of. I don't like that he took a hiatus for so long. But he has to do what he has to do. I heard he got into a bad business deal or two, and maybe he needs the money now, which and that's actually why I thought John Summit was talking about Calvin Harris when he was like, DJs nowadays aren't trying hard. They make their money and they stop trying hard. But then they did a free concert together before the college football playoffs. So maybe he wasn't referring to Calvin Harris, but I don't know who else he'd be referring to, So so I actually don't know if that means they don't have beef. I think that more means that they were booked. Calvin Harris being probably an older school EDM DJ, John Summit being the other one, but I don't think they ever performed together. So it could have been referring to Calvin Harris. That's my point. I like that he's back out. His music still hits. Yeah, this one was, I had a ton of fun in San Francisco, and there's a lot more events. I'm not going to go to them because I just wanted to get a taste of it. And, I'm thinking of my top EDM artists, and I have Tiesto up there because legit Tiesto is an artist that I listen to on my own time and when I'm working out, and it's more of his underground stuff though. It's not his mainstream stuff. I like his like just random mixes. And I noticed like he has this like London mix. Like I used to listen to it on Pandora, and then I switched to Spotify, but I have my camera on me now. I was switching screens, but yeah, he's got these like London, like England, like I don't know these mixes, and I noticed he doesn't play them at his sets. I've actually only seen him once when he went to a breakaway here, and I'm so glad I went to that one because they're not coming back. They're not coming back to Sacramento. That's for sure. But he's playing in the Bay. Look, we got Tiesto out here. We got Garrix. I'm having a hard time like cataloging everything. We got Dom Dalla out here, but I don't really listen to Dom. He's got a nice one in San Jose. We got T-Pain out here who's trying to get into dubstep bass. We got DJ Diesel, obviously Tiesto's performing. We got Garrix out here. Well, obviously we have Millennium, but he's from San Francisco, so I'm glad the hometown kid is here, and Crank Dad is out here. So some big time artists, and obviously Calvin Harris, Diplo. That's crazy. I mean, I don't know who Gilly is on the Philadelphia 76ers fan, but he said it was like a Wednesday, and he was like, it's dry. I guess he's bored. And I'm like, dude, this guy is not in the loop at all. Like, because his Facebook ads aren't, when you scroll and maybe if you aren't in certain genres, it doesn't show. But T-Pain is out here. Shaq is out here. I think Ludacris and Chainsmokers is out here. That is crazy. This weekend is crazy. It's so lit. So, my friends were going to so Millennium was like, it seems like a common meeting spot where I can see the most people. So that's why I went to Millennium. And then there's so many other events that it's hard to get it, hang out with everybody. I live in Sac, so I'm not trying to take multiple trips. And I was already at Give Thanks, stayed there overnight for a two-day event. So I didn't really want to stay out in SF. And I realized like, I don't really have to, like, it's, driving home, like right when it ends, it's not bad. It's not something I necessarily recommend, but for me, who I used to live in the Bay, it's not bad driving home right at 11, or 11:30, however long it takes you to get out. The traffic, there's no traffic. Maybe some road construction, but there's no traffic. And assuming you have a big cup of coffee, which I bought a big cup of coffee before I went out to the Bay, so I was just sipping on a little bit of coffee, and on my way back, it was easy, you know. So yeah, and then the iPhone camera, that thing is sick. I was like in the back, and I could zoom in on what I can't even see. So unless I had the zoom with the iPhone, I can't see what Millennium's doing. I don't even know what his real name is, but I can't actually see what Millennium's doing unless I have my phone, and then unless I see it afterwards. Like, I guess I took because the thing, like I was saying, when it views back, sometimes you got some people in the camera. Sometimes my friends are in it. Sometimes I'm by myself, and I don't even realize it. So when I'm showing the screen back, I have no idea who's behind me. So if it happens to be a guy, a weird guy, or a girl, or it's all on accident. I don't actually look behind me unless I'm getting bumped. But yeah, I have zero idea who's behind me. I know who's in front of me and on my sides, but besides that, I don't look back that much, I guess. But yeah, I guess you never know what you're gonna get. So you never know what you're gonna get when I got that selfie camera on the iPhone going, and then the zoom is nice, and it looks almost like the quality's nice. It looks almost like a movie, the way it films. So, and then of course it could fit all the videos, and then you can edit it faster, and I don't know. It's pretty nice. And then I saw someone posting about Garrick's, and they were complaining that it was like long or something. I don't know, but I wasn't about to pay $350 to watch Garrick's. I already watched him out here in Sac. But yeah, Millennium tickets were crazy good pricing for Millennium, and then Cranked At. So I was like, it all worked out. Obviously, I'm working now. I got to I got to keep at it. It's every day. So a check of 1099s have been issued. Not 1099s. Yeah, they are 1099s. Tax forms, basically, for your brokerage. Just so I don't have to sit here guessing at everything. But I need to get ahead of it because you got me last year. But I realized, yeah, since I've started this up, it's been 2 years. It took me about, like, I guess 6-7 months to even set it up. Way longer than I thought it'd be, and that was partly my own fault. It's just, you're gonna make mistakes along the way, and I'm already 41. I realize I'm like almost 41 and a half. I was thinking about my iPhone and when it came out, and it's going to be old like next year, so I might as well enjoy it while it's new. But I'm not getting any younger, and so you can analyze and analyze all day and still never get started. And so it took a little longer. I think it could have been cut down by like half, in terms of, instead of 8 months, it could have been cut down to like 4 if I was just pushing for it. But You know, everybody starts at different times. I want to do right by my partners. I want to do right by the folks that I'm entrusted to manage their money and invest their money wisely, not only with skills, but administrative skills, um, everything. There's so much more to running an investment business than investing. That's the best way to say it. And yeah, it took so. This is where I'm at, and I feel absolutely lucky to be here. To wake up every day and be able to continue to be trusted to help people and help them manage their money. I don't ever want to take that for granted. So every day is an opportunity for me. Every day in a business, it's like you're not really hourly, you know? So every day in a business is technically can be a work day. That's the best way to say. That's the best way to say it. But you know, I mean, there's family stuff too, like Lunar New Year's just around the corner. So we'll be getting together. My family and I will be getting together for that. So this week I'm glad I got a chance to hang out with friends. You know, it's been months. Just because closing, opening, it's just been busy. End of year, start of the year. Let me see. Looking for tax statements. But everybody who's going out for the other events, it's awesome. It's fun. Be safe. Yeah. Huh. What in the world? Well, damn. March. March is when it's going to be issued. The heck? Wow. Okay, I'll set everything up before then. Wait, it might be mid-February. Yeah, well, actually, yeah, mid-February, so that's not too bad. So I'm going to set a reminder. Yo, second cup of coffee already. The Kings are, I think, tanking. They didn't even play their starters. Look, I thought it was more unfair to the older players, but if the older players are cool with it, I'm cool with it. Because the next year's draft's supposed to be pretty good. Next year's draft is supposed to be pretty good, so draft class. So actually, I'm all about it. Because I feel like nowadays that's what you have to do. It's just it's gonna be tough to buy tickets to a Kings game unless you want to see stars play, but many times they won't even play their stars really, or the young players develop. I mean, even the young players are probably told to tank. Although it seemed like they were trying. I mean, it was a pretty close game last night, so I don't know what's going on. It's tough being a Kings fan right now, though. That's for damn sure. Oh, it's been tough. Yeah, well, see, the Kawhi played heavy minutes, and then they played DeMar for a token amount of time, and Zach for barely any time. And yeah, they played their rookies basically. I don't know what to say. I'd say if they are tanking, I mean, they'd have to do so much work right now to even get to the playoff picture. So if I was them, maybe I would tank. Winter Olympics are on.
Essentially, what Sushi did was incorporating air into the same trail that all of them didn't have it. 180 degrees of rotation. This is going to be a big score for Sushi, and if they go to go, they're both hands touching.
They're waiting on a score, I guess. Must be a final score between China and someone else. He's happy with it.
So he jumps into third and overtakes American Oliver, who slides into fourth.
Oh, China just beat America to get third. Oh, final run. Okay, so 2 from Japan, so gold and silver, and then third is China.
Japan will get their first men's linear gold medal. I can't believe I'm saying that. It seems like they should have had multiple by now, but is what's going to happen. Is Ryo Kamada, who currently sits in second place with a 171.50. He trails fellow countryman Kira Kimura with a 179.50. Now, for him to take over lead and move into first place, Kamada's going to need a big score. We know the fact that Suyimi, the gold medalist from 4 years ago, is taking home the bronze. The Japanese will battle around now for gold and silver. Here we go. The final shot at the gold. Into the jump.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, I don't think it's there. I don't think it's there either. I needed a 93.25. monster score to go into the lead and take goal. And I just don't think, Todd, they can give it to him on that.
No, that's not going to be enough to take over the goal. But you're going home with a silver medal. Now let's take a look at this one more time. Comes off the lip, gets that grab. Not only is the grab there for style, but it's also to keep your body compact in the air when you're spinning this much. I mean, just flying around up there.
Wow. His landing sucked.
It looks like
21 and 23. Ugh. Wow, they cleaned up. Jeez. All right. I'm always confused with the Olympics. Like, especially the Winter Olympics and like what they televise, because it's like 24/7. It seems like sports all around the clock. And sometimes I don't know what I'm watching, like luge and all this random stuff that I've never done in my life. Snowboarding I've done, so that's why I find that interesting. But I didn't mean to. Oh, the voodoo set. I think the baseline's a little bit different, but gosh, that in my post about Millennium, I was like, every set should be a voodoo set, but we should start with voodoo. But that baseline isn't voodoo, or it sounds similar, but it's a little different. Because I hear a lot of people starting with that. Makes you want to dance. On my Instagram, that's what I'm talking about. I posted it on Facebook, everywhere. I posted it everywhere, so. I don't know if anybody else does this, but I listen to the sound on my studio, like my reel that I posted on Instagram. I listen to it on my studio speakers because I can hear the frequencies a lot better. And so that's why I was like, for one of the prompts, I was like, where's the bass line? And legit, I heard it on my studio speakers and it's a lot more quiet. So I wasn't hearing things or not hearing things, or I wasn't hearing things incorrectly. That's for sure. Something's up with that bass, like the bass Not for a Lenium set, but for cranked-out set. Sound is such like a huge thing in music production and like DJing. That's your currency, you know. So if certain frequencies are out or you can't hear them or they're not clear, it's a big deal. So it's like style points, you know, like even when I wasn't producing music, you can kind of tell, but now I can actually articulate it. But it's like doing a dive with a smaller splash or a big splash. It's the same thing. And when your currency is just sound, your sound's got to be perfect. It's got to be crisp. Every frequency, you know. And Elenium was on point. That dude doesn't miss. Because like I'm looking at all my clips afterwards, and all my clips are like all high quality, you know, from Millennium at least. So like I said, I can see why he's on top. So he's winning big. Not to say that I can do it or like that I'm a snob or something like that, but he's on point. I don't know what Billy Graham was thinking or BAHC was thinking, charging whatever $400 for Martin Garrix tickets. That is absurd. I think that'll hurt you as an artist, like to be associated with that pricey of tickets. And then Shaq's Funhouse, very expensive as well. So, which is funny because like Shaq doesn't need the money, so I don't. But I mean, I saw his thing and it was like a whole like carnival. So, I guess I get it. Which I thought was going to happen in SAC, and it didn't happen. There was no carnival. I thought a lot more was going to happen. And in my business here, my mind is my biggest asset by far. That's why I like it. By far. So thinking through things deeply. And I can do it without hurting myself too much. As in, if I was an athlete and I had to, whatever, I run in the gym for 10 minutes and I feel like I'm exhausted, you know. The only thing here is I sit for a long time, but all the work takes place up here. So I can do it at a high rate and for a long time. Not that I don't like athletics. I love athletics. I'm not like a very tall guy, you know. I'm like, or physically imposing, you know. So definitely not a strong suit for me, even though I love it. Johnny Gustafson, a luger. He's a luger. Luge. See, this I don't get at all. Like, it's like high speed sledding in a looks like a pipe. I don't get it at all. Ice skating, never done it. I don't even understand it. I got a double screen going. And yeah, I don't understand ice skating at all. So yeah, Winter Olympics for me is like super confusing. I just look at it and I'm like, you know what? And then the judging, I'm just like ice skating is like, I feel like an art form. So you have to have like judges who like your art. It just seems a little subjective. Other secrets of living in SAC, I mean, you're close to everything. So that's what I was like. For an event as big as the Super Bowl, it's a luxury to be able to go to SF for the day and partake in a big event and then be able to, you know, go home. You know, so you're within driving distance. So why not? You know, it felt like South Bend to Chicago. You have a big city there. If you ever want to drive out to Chicago, you can. Although I'll say Chicago's got so many bridges to get to Chicago from South Bend, so many bridges. Sometimes the roads are, you know, icy, but there's not as much traffic from South Bend to Chicago versus Sacramento to the Bay. Sacramento to the Bay, the traffic has gotten so much worse. Brady opened a card shop in Sacramento and San Francisco. Oh my goodness. And the mayor actually came out and met Tom Brady. That's cool. Well, the Kings, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, the Kings opened up their doors to Tom Brady. He was in Golden One in the building, so I think it's pretty strategic opening it by a sports arena. The thing is, the Shaq show has Tiesto on it and Disco Lines, and I think it's 2 days. Shaq's Funhouse is. So the Garrix one is crazy. I mean, everybody was talking about it. I just think it hurts your brand when you try to overcharge, you know? Oh, it's a whole carnival. Oh, Tiesto performs at midnight. No, 1 a.m. Oh, so this is going all night. No wonder. Okay, so it's 1 day. All right. Well, I guess it makes more sense now because Shaq doesn't. I don't think Shaq's the type of artist to overcharge. He just. I mean, even his his thing out in Sac. Yeah, it wasn't terrible. I mean, is it price wise, and so he's got a nice lineup, and he's got a carnival, stuff like that. So I historically Shaq's not known to like overcharge. So I think it's a bad look on Martin Garrix. You know, to be charging like $400 for a ticket. I think it's just him too. I mean, no hate on whoever's attending, and especially if you didn't see him at Breakaway. But I already saw him at Breakaway, so he was good too. Yeah, I thought it was really good. But prices weren't nearly that expensive, and it was 2 days at Breakaway with Tiesto. Like probably my favorite EDM artist. But Illenium's got to be up there now. I thought maybe Garrix was second, but I think it's Illenium. Although Kygo is up there, probably Tiesto, Kygo, Illenium. Freaking Diplo, when he was asked recently who your goats, he was like, he named some DJs that I've never heard of, but he was like, you want me to go contemporary? And like, he was like John Summit and Fisher. And I was like, okay, that's really recent. So I guess not Fisher, but Yeah. So I've got all these templates I'm setting up that I've used, and I just reuse them every year. And they're in Excel, and they have formulas in them and stuff like that. But I have to kind of backtrack sometimes and like see what I even did and reverse engineer it and make sure it's, because every year is different. So you have a slightly different scenario every year. So I guess John Summit did a live when he was struggling with it. It's not easy. Well, I mean, it's tricky. That's all. And it seems like it's tailing off. My lives are tailing off, but you just never know. Especially if I make a clip that from it that people may like. I don't know. I still don't know where all this is going, but as long as it's not overly intrusive, I'm not too bothered by it. I get his whole. I get John's whole story. He used to be an accountant, and now he's an exciting EDM worldwide producer. I totally get it. And now he's doing an album based off that history and kind of making fun of the cube farm, so to speak, which is cool that he was able to do that and transition out of his day job. You know. As someone who's in business, I guess he was a CPA too, so that's tough. So I just want folks to understand, like, there's different avenues that you can take in business. If you're an accountant, like straight up a number cruncher, like at a big four firm, that can be tough. And I think that's what he was doing. So, so accounting, but the accounting is the foundation of everything. And then you can get into financial analysis, which is not just accounting. It's projecting and doing models and things like that, and making sense out of the numbers, actually analyzing stuff. And then it can branch out from there to venture capital, investment management, hedge funds, things of that nature, RIAs. Obviously, I'm in the money management space, so I like that space. But at the very core of it, accounting is the language. It's just, I've talked to many accountants who just, it's pretty dry, I guess. So not for everybody. And I'm glad Summit found his calling. I'm not totally done with like music production. That's not my first love. I mean, I gotta focus on my first love and my first, what I actually do. Um, smart man. John Summit's got his own record label, I guess. So that background in accounting probably helped him. See? Dang, a lot of celebrities in town. Cardi B, Drewski. Like, I don't even like Bill Graham Civic. Well, it's not terrible, but
pave his own lane in tech house, you know it's a P record when you hear it. It's easier said than done. It's just tough to stick out. Like, the guy had to sign hundreds and hundreds of demos before I got my first tech house record like signed.
I like Tyler, the Creator, by the way. I think he has roots in some connection to SAC. I really like Sabrina Carpenter and her performance at the Grammys. She's super creative. And but Tyler, the Creator, I just like how he just does whatever he thinks he he just does whatever he likes. He like started dancing like Michael Jackson. It just, to some, it's like, oh, that's so random. Like, you know, you're not even a dancer. I don't view him as a dancer. I view him as a rapper. But for him to just step out and do that, I think it's cool. I mean, I didn't at first. I looked at his performance and I was like, I didn't know what to think of it. I was like, what the heck was that? And then after a while, I was like, you know what? He did what he did. He did him, as in like, he did him. He didn't do anybody else, you know. And I can respect that. I really respect that. So. Where did we go when the lights go out? I'll tell you what, though. Out of COVID, it was tough to get back in shape. You know, I had gotten older and I'm still trying to do the things that I was doing before, and I couldn't. Not the same amount of weight. Well, I was doing more coming out of COVID than I was even before, which I shouldn't have. But yeah, getting back in shape after COVID was tough. It was a combination of just getting older and not adjusting my workouts, and so I was picking up a lot of injuries, random injuries. So I had to overcome a few of those, and now I'm on a better path. But I mean, I'm 41 now, so might have to continue to change it and adapt to my age, you know. It's a catchy tune. Some guy on TikTok. Oh, I already said this, but yeah, it's all good. I've just never let people bother me that much with criticism that I feel like isn't applicable, you know. I always am open to criticism, of course, but it's not always productive, you know, especially online nowadays. It's so bad nowadays. Like people behind their burner accounts, like spreading false information, stuff like that. It's you don't know where people are coming from nowadays. Or even who they are, you know. It's like, how can I take you seriously if I don't even know who you are? I don't care about that. I don't care about people's criticism that I have no idea where it's coming from, you know, or why, or like if they have my best interests at heart. You know, it's just a lot that goes into it. I'm lucky though, because I'm 40, and so I'm used to a certain amount of criticism and not caring. I feel bad for the young folks who are on social media and they see these criticisms and they take it a lot more seriously. And so I'm very bothered by reports of bullying and then young people taking matters into their own hands. Because the internet is such a rough place to receive criticism. Like I said, especially as a young person, I think people who grow up on social media and the youth nowadays, I think have to be sheltered from that. And I think learn how to take that criticism in stride and learn what criticism even matters, because there are reports of young folks feeling so bad about themselves or being encouraged to even hurt themselves. So I'm very bothered by that and saddened that young people have to endure that. And many times it's criticism. Who knows what if the guys or the gal is 60, criticizing an 18-year-old or something like that. It's just like not fair, you know? So I can handle all that because that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say. Like growing up, like in California, it's not like it's a cakewalk and everybody's like, oh, you know, whatever. We'll just give them things and it's all everybody's always welcoming, and that's not the case. Everything is earned, you know. Actually, I wouldn't have made it in my sales job if my mentality wasn't like that, because you aren't given anything in, you know, the workplace or anywhere else. You have to earn it, you know. So many times you're, for example, given a book, or there is a book that exists, or there's just people that exist that go in and out of a financial center. It's up to me to kick the tires. Nobody's going to do it for me, you know. And so my mentality was always like, if I don't make it happen, nobody else is going to make it happen for me. Doesn't matter how good your managers are or anything else. But it served me well in this job. I mean, thinking like that, you know, because it's the same mentality. And it's where, you know, I take that everywhere in society as well. Nobody gives me anything. Whew. Millennium, his whole show was so dramatic, and some people call it sad boy music. I thought it was a lot of parts was very I mean, I thought it was beautiful, some of the parts that was in it. There was this part where it's like a mini movie almost. Like, there was one segment that was really dramatic in the scene. Like, it was like watching a little movie. That's how he made his show. So I get why people are Millennium fans. Well, I'm one for sure. I mean, even before watching 3 of his shows, I liked his music because it was like rock. You know, I mean, you can hear it right away. It's like rock, and then it's infused into into EDM, which I'm sure is not new, but the way he does it is it sounds like, I mean, the best way to put it, sounds like beautiful music. I mean, it doesn't just sound like instruments, you know, together, or electronic instruments together. It really sounds like well thought out music. So that's my take on that. like his "I'm Sorry" song. Everybody loves that song, and it's like, who's he saying sorry to? You know, but everybody can relate to that to a certain extent. Sorry can be a very powerful word, and people use it when they, and so everybody's got regret in their life, and then when you hear that song, it's like you want to go like make up for something that you did, but so artistically it's relatable. It's just, I'm of the philosophy like you can't go back in time. You can only go forward and make things right going forward. You can't live in the past. It's just you can't fix it. You can't fix things in the past, and too many people live in the past. I think they fret about things that are no longer solvable. Well, I'm gonna take a little break here. I'm back. Yes, I'm eating with the spoon. I'm savage, but I don't really run the dishwasher till it's full. And sometimes, I have only bowls, right? Because I use a lot of plates. Sometimes I use chopsticks for forks, but it's okay. God, you just gotta do. Like some parts of a lemon bring a tear to your eye. I don't cry much. I don't cry ever, but family tragedies, I'll cry, which we haven't had much, thankfully. But I can see myself crying, and then I told myself, if the Sacramento Kings win a championship, I might cry. I might. I just might. Don't judge my lunch. A little bit of everything. A little bit of everything. That's that Costco salsa right there. I like the Costco ribs. I buy that in bulk, and then I freeze what I can't eat. I don't know what the difference between that and like cooking in bulk is, So you'll see me eat the same thing like many days in a row because it's more efficient and I like it. So I wouldn't eat it if it didn't taste good. or taste decent.
That's why DraftKings Live Betting is built to speed. With more markets open for more of the game, DraftKings is live when others aren't. So instead of Greg, you can see green. That's good. The number one sport is live betting. DraftKings is the best place for the biggest stars in the game. It's you. Every squad has a huddle. They do it for over 20 extra 15 leagues with their division script. AFC Williams always win. His favorite winner. Winner with AFC Allen Williams.
Tiesto, I'm watching Tiesto's story. That's cool that they teamed up. I love Tiesto. That's a big win for freaking Shaq, dude. Tiesto's big time. He put him as the last act too, like the anchor act, main act. Which I don't know what he's done in the past, but pretty humble of him, and I guess aware how much or how big Tiesto is in the EDM world. So credit to Shaq on that one. That couldn't have been easy getting Tiesto to play on that lineup. I'm savage right now. That man's got to eat, though. I'm reading articles about, and then people keep saying, well, Levi Stadium is in Santa Clara, not in San Francisco. And that is true, but it's all the Bay, yo. It's all the Bay. And then how I view it is San Jose and San Francisco are like the main engines of the Bay. San Francisco being the bigger engine, and a lot more stuff going on. But Santa Clara is probably a little closer to San Jose, but San Francisco itself is way, it's 7x7 square miles, which is small, of a surface area. So I'm not surprised that it can't have a stadium necessarily in the city. So yeah, just based on my years living in the Bay, South Bay was always, there's less to do. It was always like the little brother of San Francisco, and people know that. I mean, but the rent's better, more reasonable. I've lived all over, but I guess it's rated poorly according to SF Gate because, I don't know, the headline said it has no heart. Maybe it's not attached to a city, something like that. But I don't know. I view the Bay as all not the same, but it's called South Bay for a reason. Peninsula, East Bay. Ice skating. I bet you Elenium's Sphere concert is going to be really good. I mean, just based on the shows that I've seen from him, I think he's probably put a ton of time into it. So
You said that Odyssey is really a journey into self-discovery. At 35, what have you uncovered still about yourself?
I mean, I feel like life is always just, you always, like, the whole point, is trying to find, purpose and trying to find happiness and escape. And I feel like music or diving into an amazing album or going to an amazing show can just be, like, so fulfilling for you emotionally and, like, let you get past a certain dark point or anything like that. Like, that's where I feel like my purpose musically. Music did that for me. Like, I was going through a really rough time, 13 years ago. I've gotten sober and I just, like, fell in love with music.
You mentioned Sphere.
Yes.
Starting in March, you're going to be the second only electronic artist ever to perform there. Can you give us a sense of how you're going to make that experience immersive?
Oh, I mean, it's like the venue itself is immersive. There's like 250,000 speakers in there. Just the visual capabilities. It's really like joining, like a beautiful show with a beautiful storyline and a movie.
You mentioned earlier that you're now sober at this point. You do a lot of work with end overdose.
Yeah.
Tell us about why that's so important.
They are fantastic. Their whole pretty much idea is just to make it a much more accessible, like using Narcan or exact similar products that is pretty much halt opiate overdose, like a lot of accidental. There's like fentanyl, and it's just heartbreaking, and a lot of times it's accidental. And it's like if everybody at a show was, had gone to the end overdose booth, had learned how to distribute it, and sees the signs of something like that, they're equipped with something that can save lives. And so, like, if test kits aren't readily available, if there's a lot of legal structure that makes it challenging for like test kits and stuff to be readily available at shows. So I think end overdose is really behind the next best thing, which is having Narcan available for anyone who wants to go to the booth, learn about it. At any time they're at any festival or show, I encourage everybody to go check it out. They're awesome.
You've said that.
That was from Millennium. Nick Miller, that's his name. Okay. Beautiful. Inspiring message, for sure. I guess he is sober. I mean, I'm not to repeat everything he said, but he's big on sobriety, and I think actually my opinion is his shows are better for it. I mean, some of these artists don't. I'm all for having a drink or whatever, but when people pay to see you perform, I feel like you need to, yes, of course, involve the crowd or whatever, but you're there, to perform. I mean, mainly. So I think his shows are great because of that, actually. So his sound quality was great. His transitions were great. Everything he did was super high quality. So whatever he's doing it right. So. And then he's talking about Narcan, which if folks don't know, Narcan can, when administered to the nose, you could buy this at Amazon. You can buy it in drugstores, as in CVS pharmacy or local pharmacy, and they can help overcome the effects of drug overdose and fentanyl, specifically. So that's what he was talking about. Having that on hand can stave off the effects of a fatal overdose for at least a couple hours. And at that point, they need to get to the hospital if they're really bad, since the overdose can last a while. It can last a while. So, but at least it buys you some time. So Narcan, and then he was talking also about test strips, fentanyl test strips. You could buy that on Amazon as well. They're quick administer, like test it now type kits, I guess, that you can see if it's you can see if there's fentanyl in whatever you're testing. So super helpful information. And I don't know if people know this, but it is the leading cause of death for people under the age of 44, adults under the age of 44, is overdosing on drugs. So I'm a big fan of his message. Big fan of his message. I think it's supposed to be 70 degrees. It's not, yo, perfect for Super Bowl Sunday. Like, the weather really warmed up for everybody because it's nice in San Francisco. It was like nice, like not too chilly, you know. Oh, I guess it's cloudy right now, but it wasn't earlier. Well, it wasn't when I was there.
My point is sometimes you realize that everybody looks, you know, you're not going to do something like playing. Listen, I'll take care of this kid's kids. I'm looking forward to it.
I love Kevin Durant, by the way. Not necessarily because of his game, but he's a good player. But his mentality, I didn't know he came from such a rough background. And so he understands when people pay for tickets, it's a really big deal. And he's just I don't know, he just seems like one of those players who gets it. Doesn't really complain about playing, you know? Just seems appreciative. And so I knew when I was buying a ticket, Kings at the time, Rockets ticket, that Katie would play. Like, Katie's not going to weasel out of it somehow. Wemby, on the other hand, we paid for Spurs tickets twice, and he was not present at both games. So that just I think it's a pretty big deal when you do that. Like when you don't show up, you know? Like he's like literally crying over the fact that people pay for him to watch it, pay to watch him play basketball. Like for the Olympics, for example, he was like getting emotional over it. And that's when you know, like, this dude understands. Like people work hard for their money. And I'm going to criticize Wemby on that one because it was like a Kings, I think back to back or something like that, or it was like pretty close in terms of scheduling. So I think he was like, or his handlers were like, "Hey, you could show up for the first one, and then don't show up on the second one." But it wasn't like this like big injury because he was back 2 games later, and then of course he got that blood clot, and then he was out again. So for me, it's a bad start, in my opinion. Not a good. It's just like when I saw Zion play against the Kings. It was I guess a NBA Cup game. Zion's like zoned out, like looking in the stands. Like Brandon Ingram, on the other hand, is super focused, shooting jumpers, draining them way before the game. Nobody's even out there because I got there relatively early. And then he's just out there. And then, of course, who tears it up during the game? Brandon Ingram, you know? So, hard work pays off. And focus pays off, you know. Just reverse engineering what I did previous years as far as taxes and things. You would think I could figure it out fast, but since it's done a year ago, it's not that fast. I'm obviously not a fan of KD switching teams and doing that super team thing, but I'm a fan of his approach to the game and fans who pay to watch him play. Because he knows he's one of the biggest stars out there, and he knows like people buy tickets sometimes just to see him play. He understands that. Probably gonna have to get a third cup, yo. I'm trying to tough it out, but I don't think I'm gonna make it. Not without another cup. Pier 80 is such a massive venue. It's just a warehouse. It gets hot in there too. I mean, yeah, I had my shirt off at times because it got really hot and stuffy. So many freaking people. Oh, they got their little drone going. Okay, that's what I was seeing. I was like, is that a drone? I'm at the Midway Instagram. Dude, there was heck of people there. Holy moly. That is so many people. It's just his sound is so epic and legendary. Millenniums sounds like a movie. Yo, it went way back there. Wow. Oh yeah, I remember seeing this lizard at Cranked At. I didn't understand the lizard. Was it some industry thing? Crank that's like, get out of here, man. So I don't get that at all. I don't know what's going on. Pixar. Oh, there's a movie. They're promoting a movie. Okay. Oh, they're promoting a movie called Hoppers. Got it. I was like, what the hell is this lizard doing out here? That was so random. I was like, it is still out here partying. I'm still like in shock the size of this venue and how the heck Swedish House Mafia sold it out on New Year's Eve. That's so corporate for them to do that. That's so corporate. It's okay though. It's Super Bowl weekend. I was like, that lizard is out there for way too long. Yeah, a lot of these, it is what it is. A lot of these shows are sponsored, corporate sponsored. I mean, it is what it is. What the heck is this? I don't know what NPU Live is. Oh, wow. It specializes in adaptive reuse. Okay. Wow, I guess a lot of people are going there for like the first time. Outside of Pier 80, it smells like fish. Straight up. But when you get inside, it smells fine. Hmm. The fact that a lot of people like have never been to Pier 80 before this weekend tells me a lot. It's like, first of all, Portola's relatively new, but not Portola, but Pier 80 is relatively new. Portola's been held there for many years. It just seems like Portola's not that popular, if that's the case. Because I keep hearing it. Oh, my first time at Pier 80. Hmm. Close game. Houston, OKC, close game. Ooh. KD just probably sealed the game. All right. Shea is injured. He's not even playing. Yeah, I think most people seeing California for the first time, or who are in San Francisco today, and who are complimenting the city. Welcome to real life. Welcome to actually getting your head out of the tunnel, I guess. Just like a lot of things, you know. Can't believe what you hear. You gotta be out there. You gotta find out for yourself. You gotta seek the truth. You can't be handed the truth. Too many people are waiting for the truth to be spoon-fed to them, or opportunities to be spoon-fed to them, or promises to be spoon-fed to them. And all it takes is one apparently really charismatic person to say, I can make you rich. I can make you beautiful. I can make you this, that, and the other again. But it's because of this group. It's because of these people. It's because of this thing that you're feeling the way you feel. And so this person has, I think, misled a lot of people, as he has his entire career. And for people who have just woken up to these tactics, congrats. And I hope, but some people will always be blinded. Some people always, but it again goes back to nothing being handed out. You can't ask for handouts. Like, if you really want to know the truth, you got to dig. You can't take things at face value, you know? And we can't always blame this and that person. I mean, ultimately, people have to dig in a little bit. It's up to each and every one of us to want to know the truth and dig for the truth and not be handed the truth. Can't keep asking for handouts, whether it's information, facts, or otherwise. If you're getting your information from a TV personality and haven't cross-checked the facts yourself or looked for facts, then I don't know what to say. I think we've learned this since elementary school, though. And so it should be nothing new in terms of critical thinking, thinking for oneself, doing your own homework. Don't expect anybody else to do your homework for you. And then now we're being told, throw everything out the door. Don't think for yourself. Just believe these people, these powerful personalities, whoever they are. that are just on the internet talking their heads off. And it's unfortunate. I think we've reached a certain level of brain rot through social media, through media in general. Think about it. Before it was just movies and TVs that would just make you not think. Now you got social media, 24/7 news feed, headlines like nobody's business. So you're just being bombarded with information. What's real, what's not. Be skeptical, you know. Be skeptical and dig. Don't give up. You know, that's all I can say. And some may say, oh, he's arrogant. He thinks he knows more than I do and stuff like that. It's like, I'm not arrogant, but I know what is worth my time. You know what I mean? Like, if someone's not willing to do their homework, like day after day after day, right? And they're not willing to read, they're not willing to do things to expand their minds except for listen to other people. What am I supposed to say to that? I guess I've never been someone who just listens to other people in terms of unchecked without verifying myself. What the heck? 3:34. Take a little break. I'm gonna take a break in a bit here. There's luge. There's this thing curling like. They're like sweeping in front of this hockey puck thing that you throw with your hands. It's like looks intense too. I'm gonna be back. throw in some laundry. One load. I'm getting hella views on this reel I posted. Well, hella for me. I post like super tacky like headlines, and they're meant to like just portray what's going on in my head. It's not really for like, hey, look at me and look how cool I am, like. But telling you the iPhone, I think it's the. I'm legit. I think it's the new iPhone, because my previous concert posts didn't get this much, and then Super Bowl weekend, stuff like that. Well, I haven't posted about it in a long time too, I guess. I don't know. What are my more popular posts? Well, and then I think my camera work was pretty good, I guess, as well. I definitely think that helped. Just being real. I'm picking through every single cell of my worksheet. And updating it. For basically, if you've ever seen the K1 form, there's all these boxes. And I have that set up for every one of my partners to update for the next year. So that's what I'm working on. This is how the sausage is made. You know that there's a whole like saying. Yeah, it's crazy. All like the bad press people are trying to give Bad Bunny. Like I don't even listen to Bad Bunny. And then all this uproar over him, I don't think people realize it makes it even more popular. It has, I feel like the reverse effect. Korea versus the USA in this freaking thing, this hockey puck throwing thing. Looks intense. Whoa. Snoop has a cowbell? All right, y'all. I'm gonna shut it down a little earlier, but that's okay. The first 30 minutes of this live, I covered what's it like just running the business, just continue to go into those details. Some of my fitness journey out of COVID at the 1 hour, 27 minute mark. And then just some other random stuff peppered throughout. Hopefully y'all enjoy it. I'll see you when I see you next.